Hello! I am sick. Yay, let's just update this text. Give me a sec. No, not that. Okay. Properties. Okay, there we go. Oh, well, welcome to stream. I'm sorry if I sound down on energy, but as I said, I'm sick. I honestly shouldn't be streaming today, but I have had a shit day and think streaming will cheer me up. Not just from being sick, other stuff has just been shit. Right, well, we unlocked the M42 at the very end of last stream. Apologies for the snort there. I'm actually also experimenting with streaming with my mic monitoring on, so I can actually hear what I sound like. This is because I got turned down for joining a streaming group, and one of the things they brought up for why... Most of the reasons they turned me down were very legitimate, but they brought up my audio being bad. And I've spent a lot of time trying to make my audio good. So, and no one's brought anything up, so I'm very perplexed. I'm really bad at talking when I have monitoring on, because I instinctively want to stop because I feel I'm interrupting someone. Anywho, yeah, so I'm experimenting with streaming with monitoring on, mostly because I want to hear what I sound like, get an actual feel for what's going on. I think I know what was going wrong that made me sound like shit. I think I was just simply drifting out of the safe zone for my mic setup, where I sound good. But I won't know until I stream. Anyway, let's get in match. And pin. And just a second. Apologies for the cough. Didn't hit my mute button in time. Time to try the M42. It should work pretty much as the same as the M19. It pretty much is just the M19 built on a different chassis. Oh, that sounds weird. I'll have to figure out what's causing that. I seem to be cutting out a bit. God damn it, don't tell me I have another broken cord. That, or it might be my game. I'll pick up my, my gate. That's what I'm thinking of. Once I go down, I'll try tweaking my gate a little. Open it a little wider. Yeah, it's starting to sound like my gate. Especially since I'm not looking directly at the mic now. Oh, I can't go through there. been beaten to Alpha. And destroyed. Lucky me for it being of Ahmed car. Probably look where I'm going. No, get through. I have no idea what just blew that up, so I'm just going to keep moving fast and tuck myself into this little semi-safe spot in the lumberyard. I just saw smoke. Come on. Oh. If it was anything other than SPAA, I would have lost that engagement. Once again, apologies for the snuffles. As I said, I probably shouldn't be streaming today, but I just really needed to cheer myself up. Guessing that Chaffee saw his light tank buddy blow up and thought it was something he could take. So he decided to stay in the Fed. Okay, I hear aircraft. Back. They came at an altitude I couldn't see. But I still have SPA. Where are you? There you are. All I need is one hit. Come on. I'm probably overleading. I am not great as SPAA and in RB. But then again, I am mostly using SPAA as a substitute for IFVs, since I don't have IFVs at this VR. I'll say he is a good pilot. Yeah, there's definitely something going on with my game. It should not be that quiet. And also, something seems to be off with my game a little. Let me just tweak this. Okay, drop. Boost that a little bit. Okay, that sounds a bit better. Now, let's go. Microphone. Filters. Open my gate. Let's, okay, I think that's better. I think that. Okay, that seems to be better. Seems to be is the operative word. Once again, sorry about the sniffles. Oh. Come on, turn. No. Oh well. Back to pretending to be an IFV, since we don't have any. Nah, he's at too high an altitude. I'm not going to get a good shot. Oh, he's coming down. He's coming down. Come on! No. Right, back to Alpha. Had to close my settings window so I can see the preview of the stream. Just gonna mute for a second, I'm about to have a coughing fit. Okay. Yep. I should spend some more time playing this in arcade where I have the lead-in preview so I can actually understand where I need to be shooting. Someone just peeked. Why am I sounding quieter now? Test. Okay. That's a little bit better. Yeah, it seems these mic issues are very position dependent. And it might be a good excuse to finally get that new mic that I've been eyeing off. I want to be a weirdo and use a lavalier mic instead of a desk mic, like everyone else in streaming. And ammo exploded. Ugh. I love having fast follow-up shots. Now, that was the guy who peeked, I believe. Gonna capture this point and sneak into that little alley like a little rat. If I fit. I've got to fit. Seems to be a very tight... very tight match. Let's just reload, because I bloody need it. I don't think I'm going to fit in the rat spot, but I'm gonna give it the try. I hear something big. I don't know if I can take it. Oh! Oh! My rat instincts came to the rescue there. If I had in front on it, I would have lost. He is probably swearing right now. Delicious, delicious energy drink. I need to look this energy drink up because Reject Shop's not selling it anymore, but I really like it. It's low sugar, not zero sugar. I hear something big. And the crew knocked out. Ugh. Let's recap. Something else is in cap range. Nope. There we are. Just hadn't driven enough. One thing that might help with my audio is if I do my more vocal warm-ups. Because I do have a tendency to keep my mouth half closed when I talk. I hear you. Back up, back up, back up. If he followed me, yeah. There we go. Quick, 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 quick. Oh! I can't believe I won that engagement. Oh! Of course, the day I am sick and can barely think straight is the day that I fucking kick ass. backing back into my rat spot. I will not be repairing, because the enemy can turn up at any moment. I can hear you, but I can't see you. And you're down. Once again, I can hear you, I can't see you. I am low on ammo, so I need to risk heading off into the cap for a bit. We're about to lose fire. And I'm out. I don't even mind. I should have died like 4 more times before the Achilles turned up. Can I drop a... No, I can't. Would have been nice to drop an arty on him and be a dick. Once again, apologies for the sniffles. I am trying to mute myself before I have to sniffle, but the mute button on my mic is not very accessible. This is another reason I don't like monitoring myself on stream. Is I can't quite hear my own vocalization properly, and it results in me not speaking properly, because I do have a speech impediment and I have to listen to my own speech to pronounce words properly. If I can't hear myself talk, it sort of turns into like full Charlie Brown adults level of mumbling. A booyah. Actual armor penetration. Horizontal drive. Adjustment of fire. Oh god, I got a lot of reset this round. And start work on elevation. Purchase all research. I'm actually going to turn monitoring off now. I'm fairly certain I know what's going wrong. Yeah. And yeah, that was an example of me not speaking right because I couldn't hear myself then. I thought I said wrong, but I actually just went, bleh. And then I had to say wrong a second time. Boy, being legit actually diagnosed autistic has its problems, huh? By the way, that is true. I actually am legit fully diagnosed as autistic. Sorry about the sniffles. Okay, I'm going to switch to arcade. Because as I said, I want to get some practice at leading the aircraft where I have the guide. Just as a bit of additional practice. Besides, I do actually spend more in my own personal time playing on for myself. I am more likely to be on arcade than RB. Oh god, you move faster in arcade. I forgot the difference. I don't really play WARTHUNDER on my own personal time that much lately. Not since I started streaming. Doop-a-doop-a-doop-a-doop-a-doop-a-doop. Tweedly, tweedly done. Yep. There goes our gunner, so just keep moving. Driving straight into the middle of them probably wasn't the smartest idea. About to get an air battle. Oh my god! The speed difference. I can't believe that shot works, by the way. My god, they move fast in arcade. This is a culture shock after being in RB for so long. Oh, wonderful. Now my nose is completely blocked and I can't breathe through it at all. Apologies if you hear any breathing noises. God, put the fire out and move. Move! Move before he reloads! Up. Oh well, time to type the duster myself. So if you heard that, that was me trying to unblock my nose. So I can actually breathe properly. Any aircraft up? God, it moves like it's a modern tank. There we go. Oh, I don't get a preview. Thought I got a preview of where I should be leading. Get off for T-34. I'm just gonna keep pelting him. And I'm gonna mute myself for a second so I can have a coughing fit. There we go. As I said, I probably shouldn't be streaming tonight. Machine gun fire coming from. Okay, that was fun, but I'm going back to RB. But it was a hell of a reminder of the difference. You know, I didn't actually look at my place of the team last match. Purchase the engine upgrade, which is very much needed. Crew replenishment next. Okay, we'll go for horizontal drive next. I have to research that in order to research that, but we'll still go for horizontal drive. I do want VM81. Just wait, let's see you. And I guess we're going here for now. Just gonna drop it somewhere vaguely in the vicinity of Bravo. Whether it actually does anything or not is completely irrelevant to me. Okay, we've got most of the team in Cappy Alpha, so I'm going to head to Bravo. That was just bad luck.
Attention to the map.
I'm gonna head to Bravo now. I'm guessing this guy is just waiting for aircraft to spawn so he can do SPAA things. You know, use the vehicle as intended. Instead of, faking being an IFE. I am very slow mentally today. I am very sick. I honestly should just be laying down in bed, but I've spent the past day and a half just laying down in bed. Anyway, I want to at least hit the 2-hour mark for this stream before I... call it. Ooh, yeah, really bloody sick. Fuck, I got caught on that. Get off the bunker! Stop clipping through the environment! Here we go. I really hate this fucking map, by the way. It's just because of how tight those cap zones are. If the cap zones were a little bit larger, I wouldn't hate it so much, but it's too easy to just put precise artillery on them. Ugh. Frame rate issues, this is odd. Ping's fine. My computer absolutely smashes the requirements. I honestly could be playing this on war movie mode if I wanted. Oh, someone was trying to take a shot at me. There he is. Stop. Back. Got him. that was honestly a terrible matchup for myself. I just saw a light tank over there. Another one who was just lining up a shot with me there. Where'd I get that from? I want to know. It's the guy who I saw that I was driving off to try and attack. I'm not even upset. Of course, we've got half our team sniping while we lose the caps. Always happens. Who the fuck shot me? See, and artillery is coming down on me. I am fucked. Although it looks like the artillery might be missing me. Come on, get me fixed so I can move. We were going so well that everyone decided, oh, I've got a sniper tank, I should snipe. And there we go. Happens so often in fucking War Thunder. Someone will, they'll lose their, medium tank and they'll end up in something like a tank destroyer and whatnot and go, I'm a sniper now! I've got to snipe! And then instead of, actually... And we just end up with half your team hanging back and no one actually pushing damn point. Now, I'm not saying, like, I'm some legendarily good player, I'm a fucking idiot. But, you know, it's kind of hard to win a game about capping points if no one's capping the fucking point. Where are you? That just... Like, well, we're at the point of the match where we're just straight up fucked, so...
If we don't do something fast, the enemy will win.
Like, we've got a bunch of people who seem to be... We've got AFK players, that doesn't help. Turn, you son of a bitch. I can't wait till I get twin transmission tanks instead of clutch braking. Oh my god, someone else is actually playing to points and trying to actually win instead of just get kills. Hello, little cat. Thank you for cheering me up. Well, ads start in 10 minutes, which is good because I've been waiting for them. I've been waiting for ads because I really need to redo my eucalyptus oil to unclog my sinuses. Okay, well, there's nothing I can do about that. Right, I'm going to have a coughing fit. I was going to do it during the outbreak, but no, I really need to reapply this Yuko oil and deal with this coughing fit, so I'm just going to mute myself and do that. Well, that's done, so off to battle. Yeah, just as a reminder to anyone, I don't stop the game for ad breaks during multiplayer games like War Thunder. I just keep playing through the ad break. If you don't want to deal with ads, you are always free to subscribe. I don't have that many benefits for subscribing right now. My emotes are in production. They should be done in a few days. I've just saw the sketches today. They look great. I'm very happy with how my emotes have been turning out. Kira Aina, I believe that's how I'm supposed to pronounce her name. I've only ever read it. I've been wanting her, I've had her earmarked to my emotes for a very long time. I'm very happy I finally got to affiliate so I can actually give her the job. You should definitely check out her art sometime. She is making very rapid improvement. Every single time I see her do a new piece from her, she's made substantive improvement over where she used to be. Oh, sorry about the sniffles. Whew, I don't think I've played this map in a long time. I'm going to be an idiot and just keep driving down the main boulevard. I'll probably die. Damn it. Yeah, hurry up. I'm not even that upset. Like, it's a fair kill. I would have preferred it if he had got me in one shot, though. Move, 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 move. Once again, sorry for the sniffles. I'm going to be apologising for those a lot. Bunch of people in the new M55, gonna be seeing that a lot because it just came out. It does look like a fun vehicle, I will say. Not too sure how much I'm going to be using it when I unlock it, which is a ways off, so I mean not too much of a ways off, but it's a bit off. Oh well. At least the team is carrying me this round. We might actually get this round done before ads, which will be nice. Did I hit him with the fucking main gun then? No. Hello, Red, buddy. Oh, yo. Is it raining outside? You're one wet ass pussy. Alright. I'm gonna park myself somewhere relatively safe and then I'm gonna go attend to this wet pussy and his food needs. I'll just mute myself. I wish you could see this. This cat refuses to eat in the feeding platform I have set up for my for the cat who actually eats in this room as a proper eating place. For the first time, he's chosen to do it. I've been trying to get him to eat off that platform for about 6 months. I am so happy. I also didn't have to get up to feed him because he actually found the leftovers from the other cat. Because she always leaves leftovers. I am very happy right now. I mean, I still feel like shit, but hey. I gotta take what happiness I can at the moment. Just had to cough there. I don't even mind.
Let's keep the pressure on.
I might try to hunt for that Panzer IV. Just because it's something to do. I've been complete dead weight on my team this match. But hey, that happens sometimes. That's the mission. If there's anyone below me, I'll be very surprised. Usually it doesn't take this long to take me to the screen. Has it crashed? Have you crashed, Gabe? Ah, there we go. Apparently, people on my team did worse than me. Okay, didn't even capture zones. Fair enough. You know, this isn't how I was expecting to use these two toggles. I've almost exclusively used these two toggles for streaming while sick. I was very much intending to use them for, like, comedy bits during scripted content, which is on the way, by the way. I know I've been saying that for a while now, but no, I've actually got a couple of finished scripts that I just need to record when I'm, well, record, send it off to an editor. These are for semi-shorts, so stuff that's going to be published as both shorts and regular videos.
Into your vehicles.
Button up. Driver ready. Gunner ready.
Right. I was just hydrating then, and also taking some ibuprofen. No Tylenol for me, I'm autistic enough. 10 seconds to the ads are over. And horse dangles. Welcome back. Don't mind us, we were just having a very polite conversation while you were at ads. Ugh. Just keep gunning it, ignore it. Got him. That's one of the reasons why I'm not too sure about that thing. It's got the armor of tissue paper because it is technically artillery. So I can do stuff like that to it. Got ya. Just got it. And I got hit by an M55. Just relocating my water bottle to a better spot so I can get at it easier. Oh, I really wish I had an IFV, real IFV. This sort of dense urban combat really favors IFVs. Move. There's something over here. Come on, just keep pelting him. Got him. Okay, I've got a lot of friendlies over there, so I should be safe in that direction. Damn it. I was hoping to knock out the gunner. What I should have done is, instead of stopping it and trying to knock out the gunner, I should have gunned it and tried to get round the corner. He's going mad. Just gonna mute myself for a sec so I can cough. There we go. Oof. This is... Yeah, I really shouldn't be streaming, but it has cheered me up quite a bit. Got his ammo. I actually don't mind taking that shot. Not in the slightest. It, very much leaves the, ally in good condition. Ugh. Sorry, I nearly passed out there. Like, oh god. Yay, mission accomplished. Hey, I got more kills than deaths. That's rare for me. Hello again, Red. Once again, my cat has turned up. I will be feeding him. Right, cat has been fed. Okay. Chaffee is done. That's pretty nice. So for the M19A1, what do I want? I think suspension. Now I am going to hit BRB. Toilet. I need to go to the loo. Okay, I am back. That was a little bit longer than I expected, but I am back. Sorry, just had to cough there. Anywho, I am perking up. This has cheered me up quite a lot. Even though I honestly don't think anyone's actually watching. I don't know, I keep my viewer count off, but I doubt anyone is watching. If you are watching, please hit the lurker redeem. You may not count if you don't. Get out of the way! You're slow! I have the speed! Doop-a-doop-a-doop-a-doop. Okay, that's friendly. Yep, there's his text. Oh, someone just took a shot at him. Okay, I'm going this way. That's who was taking a shot at my buddy back there. Oh my god, I can't believe I won that engagement. Did not have the gun depression I thought I did. And you know, if I hadn't started firing, he would have passed me by.
330. Height, 300 meters.
Anywho, let's keep going. I wish I could say I had any impact on that happening, but I'd be lying if I did. No, it would really help if I had a sighting system that was actually suited to SPAA use. Like, I know they have just one sight in this game, so they don't have to make every gun sight ever made. But would it kill them to just give SPAA a basic SPAA sight? Yeah. Oh well. The enemy's making a comeback, which is actually quite nice. I much prefer matches where there's a push and pull. There we go. Speed! I can't wait till I have the M41 Walker Bulldog and I have speed and a half decent gun. As it currently stands, I either get speed and a decent gun, speed or a decent gun. What did I get credit for hitting? I am very perplexed. Nina, you can't shoot me. I spoke too soon. I spoke too soon. Hello, little cat. What the? Now I've got a bunch of smoke ammo that makes me more vulnerable. Fuck. I hate that it automatically loads you up with a bunch of new ammo every time you unlock one, whether you even wanted the new ammo or not. Ugh. Sorry if you heard any sniffles there. Yeah, I'm very much thinking I should probably move to a Lavilar bike, because I don't sit in a consistent position. And I think my position is probably what was causing audio issues for me. Lost weight. That's the last vehicle of the match I'm up to. A reminder, for people who have forgotten or anyone who doesn't know, I am doing a no premium content run, which includes not being able to use the backups I got. The only reason I'm allowed to accept silver lions that appear in loot crates is I'm not actually able to filter them out. I'm not able to refuse a loot crate, and I'm not able to filter out silver lions, so... But apart from that, I am not using anything that comes in a loot crate, any premium time, nothing of the sort. This is... I am raw dogging this as a reserved top tier challenge. Turret transverse on this thing's gun is so slow. It's a good gun and it has a decent top speed, although bad acceleration. Oh god, does it just take forever for its turret to turn? Functionally, I have to play it almost as if it's a fucking casemate vehicle. What's worse is it has clutch braking, which makes it really bad as a casemate vehicle. Okay, I'm just gonna sit here where I'm relatively safe. Okay, I can start repairing the vehicle now. Especially when I've got allies here. Please help me repair. Thank you, I believe you're helping me repair. If so, thank you, thank you. If not, I don't care, you're at least covering me. Thank you so much. This has been a good match. We've had a nice push and pull. Which is exactly like what I like to see in a match. Come on, turn that turret. Raise the gun. Got him! Fuel explosion. Fantastic. Final blow. Did I get the last kill of the match? If so, that's pretty cool. Okay. With my audio issues, I definitely need to put some additional soundproofing on that wall. That's definitely causing a bit of echo. I also need to do something about the doorway. That's been a known issue for a while. These audio upgrades are probably going to cost me a couple $100. That's before we go through for a new mic, if it turns out I need a new mic. Which I may need, because as I said, I move my position too much. That a boom mic is not really good. I don't know, I'm going to look into a lavalier mic versus a mic that versus one that goes in front of your mouth like a gaming headset, but not a headset, like an independent mic, because... God, I forget what you would call those right now. Unlocked the winter camouflage for the M10. Eye for an eye, adamant, rank does not matter. 3 tank rescuers. Avenger. Without a miss. Final blow. Yes, I did get the last kill of the mission. Once again, apologies for the sniffles. Okay, I can get improved FPE. And then it's just a brake system, and then that's fully upgraded. Next for the M42 is the new ammo to get me on the way to getting the ammo that can actually pierce armor. I mean, 69mm isn't amazing, but it's better than 8. Alright, what's the time? Yeah, I've got time for more rounds. If you've missed a lot of my recent streams, I am about to have a big mass upload of VODs on my YouTube channel. Just YouTube, yeah, there it is in the socials. youtube.com/@general-chat. I've been waiting for artwork for my thumbnails, and I received it yesterday, so I'm just gonna finish composing those thumbnails, and then those VODs get uploaded. Because I don't upload VODs without at least doing thumbnails. I do also need to go through and give all my VODs my upgraded video descriptions. I also have a new YouTube channel at General Chat 2, no hyphen. I will be uploading my edited content to that, and by edited I am not referring to edited VODs, I am referring to actual, like, scripted videos. YouTube algorithm doesn't like mixing live streams and edited content together, so it just sort of made sense to have a second channel for that. It should be about 2, maybe 3 weeks till I have content to put up there. It depends on which video gets finished first. Maybe a little longer if this flu hangs around, because I haven't actually recorded the scripts yet due to the flu. Oh god, the duster moves well. There we go. Got his ammo. Driver's unconscious though. I don't see too big of a need to repair, but I will start repairing anyway since I'm in a relatively safe spot. Let's use the corpse as cover while I move up a little. Okay, I'm gonna be aggressive like an idiot. There we go. I was wondering how long it would take for him to machine gun me. Right. I'm gonna hang behind the T-50 for now. And I'm about to cough, so I'm gonna mute myself. There we go. I'm gonna push ahead of him just because he's slowing down and I'm impatient. Oh, fucking hell! Of course, the gunner gets knocked out immediately before I can even fire a round. Oh, fuck, I forgot to remove the damn smoke again. I don't know why the smoke ammo's even in the game. I've never seen anyone use it. Keep moving. Got it, got it, got it. Come on! Come on! Would actually get him around. Okay, I am going to hang back behind this building. And poke just enough out that my gun is visible. Apparently that was a hit. Can't see shit because someone smoked up the cap. Pull back, pull back. Push forward again. still keep smoking up the damn cap. Can't see shit. There we are. Someone's coming up. Nope. He pulled off. It's probably who that fighter was targeting. Okay, I'm gonna move up. Okay, I see someone there. I'm gonna gun it and hide behind. I can get into the fight sooner. Okay, I am going to go around the city. I will probably die. Let's get ourselves some speed. On pen. Hey, at least got a kill assist. Adds in 10 minutes, by the way. I do not care that I'm in their detection zone. I'm heading to the A point. I am going to attack them from their own base. That sounded more entertaining in my head. Zone is captured. Time to go back on the offense. Whew. Oh god, I am... That cough. Okay, I am fucking... give me a sec. Holy crap. That cough just moved so much fluid inside my head. Ugh. Oh my. Oh my. Oh my god. I feel like I'm about to collapse after that cough. Okay. I'm almost better. Almost better. Ugh. Oh, fuck me. That. If you've ever been clocked on the head to the point of nearly having a concussion, you know how I feel right now. Because that is the level of impact that cough just had with the amount of fluid that just moved through my sinuses. I should call it a stream here. It's been 2 hours. But I'm not going to. I'm going to keep going. I'm going to keep going because I'm having fun. It's really perked me up. Oh, sorry about the sniffles. I'm going to put some more eucalyptus oil on myself. Oh, God, okay. I'm going to mute myself for a bit while I let my sinuses clear and snuffle and all that sort of... Okay. To battle. By the way, I will be streaming tomorrow. If I'm not feeling worse than I do today. It will be I will be streaming Endless Legend 2. I wanted to stream it the day it released, but I actually missed the release date. Let me just adjust my camera position a little bit. Okay. Yeah, I sort of forgot when it was coming out because of this sickness, and it's like, oh shit, came out today. And I wasn't in a position to stream. Oh, need my damn table again.
Into your vehicle.
Okay, there we go. Sinuses are mostly clear now. And that was Cap. I'll just follow him where he crossed because I'm not sure of depth. I'm just gonna... Oh, where are you, you son of a bitch? Okay, you're down. Fucking wake him up! Ugh. God damn, I hate how easily the loader gets knocked down. Let's just, make certain that the M24 doesn't have smoke rounds equipped this time. Ads are starting in a minute and a half. What the fuck? Fuck. Ugh. Let's go for the M5, it's faster. I really don't like this map. I really don't. I really, really do not like this map. Okay, so some of my artillery's getting some hits at least. Oh, for fuck's sake! I really hate this map. Can I? What the where did that even come from? I really hate this fucking map. I wish I could blacklist this map. I would rather not get in a game than end up on this fucking map. I hate it. Welcome back from ads, everyone who was on ads. Which, knowing my streams at the moment, is absolutely no one. Yeah, I'm not having a good day. At least the start of a stream was fun. Hello. Hello, Red. Do you want more food? Given that you haven't been eating your dinner lately, I'll happily give you more food. Up we go. Oh, for fuck's sake. We were eating there before. And he's right back to not eating on the food platform. Okay. Because I do have a weird voice. Right. Oh, fuck me. I really should be calling it a stream here, but I would like to not end on such a shit match. Actually, is it possible to, yes, it is possible. But it's only available, blacklisting is only available with a premium account, of course. Let's find one I like. I don't mind Berlin. I don't mind Advanced of a Ride. I've had some shit matches on that. I've had some good ones, but I don't mind the map. I really don't like Abandoned Factory. It's not a bad map. It just, I've played it so fucking much, and I would just rather not play it again. I actually don't mind Sands of Sinai. I don't mind Normandy. Okay, I've liked my maximum number of maps. Okay, well, if that's the case, not dislike. I'd rather Attica. Okay, that should help with... Hello, Volpus Inculto, welcome to stream. I'm very sick, so apologies if I sound awful. I also have to mute every now and again due to sneezing and coughing fits. Okay, Tunisia. Oh, that's sad to hear. God damn it, I hate when allies shoot you and as you come out of main like this. By the way, Vulpez, I have hit affiliate since you last joined me in stream, so I now have redeems. Feel free to check them out. I will also be adding more redeems over the coming weeks. Twitch integrated throwing is not set up yet because it's not accepting one of the 3D models that I really want to have thrown at me at the moment. Until that's set up, until that model's fixed, it's not getting switched on. There we go. Yeah, there's a few that I've got planned that will be rather unfun when people choose to redeem them, but at the moment it's mostly the fun ones. I don't even know where I got shot from then. Okay, there we go. Thank you for redeeming first. I don't know why people like to redeem first, but I figured it didn't hurt to add it. By the way, there will be an actual logo for the channel points soon. I've commissioned an artist to make a pixel art version of my pineapple grenades. Yeah, I'm not a fan of AI art in the slightest. Now, I'm not someone who's like, AI is the devil and yada yada yada. No, I just don't think it's anywhere near ready for prime time. AI is eventually going to take over a lot of art jobs. It's just inevitability. Trying to resist it is literally being a Luddite. It doesn't mean I have to like it. I'd still rather human art. But basically what's going to happen is a lot of artists just have to up their game and make their service worth it over AI art. And that doesn't mean they have to suddenly become Leonardo da Vinci or anything. One of the artists I regularly work with is actually quite ho-hum as an artist, but she's just such a good person to work with that I don't care. I'm happy to pay for the experience of working with her. Like, there are way too many artists with a chip on their shoulder. Not to say there aren't clients with chips on their shoulders too. Should I get it to Alpha? Or should I try being a cheeky dick and hunting down that SPAA? I'm gonna be a cheeky dick. Yeah, it is convenient. There's a lot of creative projects that I don't publicize where I've used it for placeholder art. But nothing I've ever published has got AI art in it, and nothing I publish will have AI art in it, where it's just very useful for placeholders for me. Have I? Oh, sorry about that. I don't intend to. Didn't intend to. It's just my personal opinion regarding AI art. It's just that I just particularly don't care for it. Oh no, I wasn't aiming at the chassis. I was aiming at the turret. I'm just a bad shot. It doesn't help that I don't have good ammo for the M42 yet as well. I've only got the basic ammo. Yeah, I wasn't penning the turret either. As I said, it was the basic ammo. I was relying on overpressure from repeated fire. Which is going to be a surprising amount of kills with the M42 so far. But it will absolutely be more effective once I get the AP ammo. I will not be buying active matter. I am not a fan of extraction shooters. In fact, I have a hypothesis that most extraction shooter players do not actually like extraction shooters. They just like shooters with good simcade gunplay, and extraction shooters seem to be the only shooters on the market right now that actually fulfill that. Like, if you want simcade, sort of simulation-y, arcade, middle ground gunplay, your options are either extraction shooters or try to get a server of RS2 Vietnam running, which is really hard to do in this day and age, because the game's basically dead. Like, it looks good, but as I said, I don't like extraction shooters. Ah, damn it. He spotted me. I have checked out a few streams of Active Matter. It does look like a quality game, I will say that. It's not it's... Okay. People think extraction shooters are all about the PvP. Even in PvE, it is still an extraction shooter. Even with the monsters, it's still an extraction shooter. The extraction part of extraction shooting is the go in, get loot bit. That cycle I do not like. And I think a surprising amount of extraction shooters fans do not like it as much as they think they do. I have a whole script for a scripted video on the subject, half written. It's still being touched up because I don't want to come off hostile or adversarial. Because there are absolutely people who like that style of gameplay, but there's a lot of people who don't as well. Where am I getting shot from? Over there. Oh, for fuck's sake. Well, that's me for this round. Return me to the hangar.
Attention to the designated grid.
Yeah, I know. It's hard to word my dislike of extraction shooters and why the reasoning why I think a lot of people don't like them as much as they think they do without coming off hostile and adversarial. That's the issue. I don't want to, and I don't want to do so. It doesn't help that I am rather sick right now. I don't know, there are extraction shooters I like. I do like Grey Zone, for example. I don't know. It's one of those things where it's really hard to balance it right, and if it's not balanced right, it's a case of why are you even playing the game at this point? Yeah, I don't like gear fear in the slightest. I find it fucking irritating. And I know for a fact there are a lot of people who don't actually like gear fear, who once again are only playing extraction shooters because what they like is the simcade aspects of the shooting mechanics. And my reasoning is mostly based on how many fucking Tarkov modded servers are out there that basically exist for the sole purpose of removing gear fear. Like, there are Tarkov modern Tarkov communities that are bigger than entire successful extraction shooter fan bases that exist primarily to reduce gear fear. I will say, though, I have had a lot of fun in Grey Zone playing, just dropping into an area with nothing but a pistol and basically procuring whatever I can on site. So, yeah, calling me a scav isn't the biggest insult in the world to me, because I will intentionally play like a scav in Grey Zone just because I find it rather fun. I don't know, I think the big thing with Grey Zone that makes it work for me is the fact that it is a singular map, a singular open world map, rather than just levels that you drop into. Although I do have one issue with Grey Zone that has been irking me, and is actually the subject of a video, scripted video I'm working on, which is that the game proceeds to take place in Southeast Asia, and then none of the weaponry that you can find in the game is stuff that is common in Southeast Asia. And the developers use this whole, oh, the Soviets were here in the 70s as part of an experiment program as an excuse, instead of just, you know, putting in some interesting, unique weapons that are appropriate for the region. I hear someone behind that building. well, there we go. I am not even upset about that. I spotted him and still proceeded to try and turn the corner. Yeah, I'm not saying there isn't a market for extraction shooters. There absolutely is. There's a market for just about every style of gameplay. Look, the main reason I am working on the video is because of the prevalence of every single developer in the world suddenly deciding they need to make their own extraction shooter, when realistically there's enough room in the market for about 4 of them. Except that the Chinese Norinco copies actually have differences that are not represented in the gameplay or the visual design. The Type 56 has distinctive design elements that separate it from a regular AK. I can identify one at a glance. Even if you try to dress it up as a Russian AK, I can identify one just based on the rivet pattern of the rear trunnion. Because they don't rivet them the same in China. The Norinco CQ has a bunch of unique design elements to its receiver compared to a regular M16 as well. Though, then there's the fact that the AR-15, the Russian civilian AR-15, is in the freaking game for some reason. Oh yeah, it is absolutely an actually moment from me. But let's just say we did have Norinco Chinese copies. That still leaves a bunch of interesting, unique shit. Because did you know Norinco makes a 7.62x39 version of the M14 that takes AK magazines? Why isn't that in the game? I mean, it's a piece of shit. But it's a unique piece of shit. I have no idea how I survived that encounter. I actually wish I, it's not really, no. No, a Galil is just a Israeli take on the AK. Though, a real fun fact about the Galil, the designer of the Galil actually changed his name because Israeli guns are named after their designer, and his name was Balashnikov. And he didn't want people to think it, and he didn't want their copy of the Kalashnikov to be called the Balashnikov. So he changed his name to Galili. Just so that they wouldn't have such a stupid name for the gun. Although, if you want a really fun fact about the Galil, the MA1 rifle from Myanmar is a demake of the Galil. So they took the Galil, got a license to produce it from Israel, and then basically undid 90% of the upgrades that the Israelis did in order to simplify production. So it's so it looks like it's based on a regular AK, but it's actually based on the Galil. I don't even mind. I'm surprised I lived that long. Yeah, there's a reason I have a weaponry fun fact redeem, as you can probably tell. I am absolutely a gun nerd. Another issue I have with Grey Zone that I have... Oh, something about the QPZ-95? It is a striker-fired rifle, which is actually quite rare. So instead of having a hammer that rotates around a pivoting point via a spring to fire the to activate the primer and hit the firing pin, it has a striker, which is a linear component that holds the firing pin on it. So when you pull the trigger, it drops a sear and releases the striker through the bolt assembly into the primer. There is also another QBZ-95 fact. There is also an industry, or at least there was, of importing QBZ-95 mods from modifications from the Canadian civilian market into China for use by Chinese special forces. Because the Canadian market developed a bunch of upgrades for the QBZ-97, the 5.56 version of the QBZ-95, for their civilian market, and the Chinese, rather than developing knockoffs, just decided, fuck it, we'll just buy them in Canada and send them back home. The most notable upgrades being a reworked charging handle to work with a flat top Picatinny rail upper. That is their new assault rifle. They still have massive amounts of QBZ-95s in service, and it varies depending on their special forces units. The Chinese have about 10 special forces units, and they all have their own preference. There are special forces units they have that exclusively use Norinco CQ M4 knockoffs. But the special forces did get first dibs on the 191. They do have... The Chinese military does have a lot of copies of a lot of guns. But hey, they know how to export, don't they? Which makes it all the funnier when they make a failed export product. I'm a bit ho-hum on 5.8. They make a lot of big claims about it, but... And if their claims are true, then it's a pretty cool cartridge. But we haven't had any independent testing. And the only country that uses it other than China is Bhutan, who uses it with their royal guard. And, well, Bhutan is basically only not a part of China because China doesn't want to have to pay for Bhutan. It is a landlocked country in the Himalayas that basically only exists because no one can see any economic benefit in taking over Bhutan. Fun fact, Bhutan was the first country to outlaw tobacco. 6.8mm, like 6.8 SPC, I'm not a big fan of. I come down on 6.5 Grendel when it comes to the 6mm cartridges. But, in general, I do think a move away from 5.56 and 5.45 is warranted. 277 Fury is fucking dog shit. General Dynamics absolutely should have won the NGSW program. The only excuse for SIG winning that doesn't sound like complete crap to me is that SIG offered the only good LMG. But even then, they could have just said, fuck it. France has nothing to do with 5.7. And 5.7 is an awesome cartridge for its intended purpose. For its purpose of being a PDW cartridge, it is very effective. And as I said, what if they have nothing to do with it? It's Belgian. The magazine on the P90 is awesome. 50 rounds in such a compact package, whilst being reliable, unlike other attempts at making such magazines. That's bloody brilliant. And once again, the P90 is Belgian, not French. Oh no! You need a tool to load it quickly. The solution is just don't load it quickly. Like, yeah, loading it 1 round at a time is tedious as fuck, but whoop-de-frickin' do. Wow, they're really trying to shill me, shill premium time to me. Wake up, mouse. My mouse went to sleep. Wake up, you bastard. And we just unlocked the M44. Order and select a crew. Who should get the M44? The M10 I basically use as a casemate gun anyway because of how slow its turret is. And yeah, it is a very slow and tedious magazine to load. I have actual experience loading a P90. There's only like 2 of them in Australia that are legal, but I have been lucky enough to have my go on one of them. And I will say, it was a pain to load. I will give you that. So, do I want to research the M18 or the M55? We'll go for the M55 because it's the new vehicle. Okay, what to research next? Filters, I guess. Purchase. M42. I'm obviously researching the good one. You have no idea how lucky you are to have had a go on a full auto P90. Here in Australia, it's a nightmare to get a go on semi-autos at all. At least semi-auto rifles. Handguns are still pretty easy. You just need a handgun permit. I love our handgun legislation because holy shit does it show that the people who wrote our gun legislation know nothing about guns. Because if you want a handgun over 38 caliber, you need to get a high caliber handgun permit and can only go to certain ranges. Well, a high power handgun permit, not high caliber is what it's called. So I can, with a regular handgun permit, go and buy a 357 Magnum Desert Eagle and use it at any range, but heaven forbid I buy a 1911. Oh yeah, the P90 is it's not perfect. It has its flaws. There are a few things I would change about it if I had the opportunity. A nicer trigger, for one. Because, why I don't think that trigger would have been an issue if it was a full auto. In semi, it was a bit mushy. It's pretty telling when a clapped out F88 from the first match in the Australian Army has a nicer trigger than a seemingly pristine brand new PS90. Yeah. Yeah. Oh yeah, it's but the main thing I would change is the grip angle, the trigger. Yeah, I know the PS90 is the 16-inch barrel version. Unless you cut it down as part of the NFA. I'm very familiar with your gun laws. Okay, I'm going to download that a bit. Being ambi is one of the best parts of it, yes. As I said, the main things I would change are... I would change the sighting system. I just don't like the sights either top rail or with the integrated sight. I have tried both. The sights just are very in an uncomfortable position. I either need a riser to get it in a comfortable position on the top rail, or to move my cheek into a really bad spot. I would extend the length of pull a little, but that just because I'm fucking tall, so I have long arms. I would redo the trigger and the grip angle. I will say I have also had a go on a MP7 under some less than legal circumstances. I have a friend who is foreign royalty, and his bodyguards received diplomatic permission to keep carrying their MP7s when he came to Australia a few years back, and we sort of snuck out into the outback and did some shooting. And I very much prefer the P90 to the MP7. Oh my god, the MP7 is absolute dog shit. I have no idea how anyone was ever sold on that gun. It felt cheaper than the Gel Blaster version of the MP7 I use when I go up to Queensland to partake in Gel Blaster games. If you're unfamiliar with what Gel Blasters are, they are the most semi-Australian legal equivalent of Airsoft. Airsoft is illegal in Australia. Aimed a little low there. So Airsoft is illegal in Australia because an Airsoft gun is legally falls under our definition of firearms. No, we cannot get flare guns of any kind. Airsoft guns, yeah, fall under our legal definition of firearms, and because they're meant for shooting at other people, there is no legal recourse to get an airsoft permit. Gel blasters are very similar to airsoft guns, but their design falls under the legal classification of a water pistol. So they are legal in Australia. They were designed for China, to pass China's laws regarding gun ownership. Oh, no, if you're willing to pay for the NFA permits, you can still get grenade launchers in the US. I do know a friend of mine in the US who has a M79, a real M79, that he bought via, with NFA destructive device paperwork. But yeah, we're not allowed flare guns under any circumstances. You can get hand flares if you have a boating license. We are allowed spear guns without a license. There is an exemption in our gun laws for spear guns. To put things in perspective how ridiculous our gun laws are, a golf club can meet the legal definition for a firearm. He doesn't have an FFL. You do not need an FFL to get NFA items in the US, you just need the permit. You only need an FFL if you're after a machine gun that is not transferable, because of the Hughes Amendment to... what's it called? That act that was put through with Reagan that actually adds a lot of protections to gun owners, but they had to tie a closure of the machine gun registry onto it in order to get it through Congress. That being said, there is a legal argument that is going to the Supreme Court that might actually render the entire NFA unconstitutional. So, you may actually get all NFA items legalized soon. I would point you to a charity you can talk to help with that legal battle, but actually, that actually violates Twitch's TOS, so I can't tell you who to talk to. Oh yeah, but yeah, there are states that put that require FFLs to get DDs. That is true. But he's not from one of them. He's from New Hampshire, which has some of the loosest laws in the US. In fact, I think New Hampshire has only the federally mandated firearms laws. At least it did last I checked. It may have changed since then. I know that the mass holes have invaded New Hampshire and have started fucking it up for everyone who lived there before they came along. Yep. Yep, that's California. You know, they had to make an amendment to that law to create an exemption for film armorers because they actually started losing a large portion of the film industry because of that. Because film armories couldn't get permits to keep their grenade launchers and stuff for filming. I thought that was a husk. I mean, California is so anti-gun that when a company made an integrally suppressed muzzle loader, which doesn't count as a FFL item, NFA item, I mean, not FFL, NFA. And California wrote a law within a week of it being announced to specifically outlaw a muzzle loader. Because it's silenced. It may be used in crime. No one's going to use a fucking muzzle loader in crime. Ugh, the Christchurch shooting. You wanna know what's really annoying about the Christchurch shooting? I've read the manifesto of that shooter. Do you know what his #1 goal of that shooting was? Gun control. He wanted gun control. Because the guy was an accelerationist who thought that, who thinks that, an attempted gun confiscation in America will set off the worldwide war between all the political groups and yada yada yada. Like, a bunch of crazy fucking bullshit. But he thinks gun confiscation in America will cause it. And so he basically wanted to use it to, yeah, to try and trigger the gun confiscation in the US by taking on New Zealand's gun laws, which were actually in some ways looser than US before the Christchurch shooting. And what's really annoying with the Christchurch shooter is the New Zealand gun laws already contain a way to prevent it from having ever occurred, but the police, New Zealand police, weren't doing their fucking job. Because under the New Zealand gun laws, you had to get a gun license, you had to have people in your local community who know you vouch for you. The Christchurch shooter had a random person he met on 4chan vouch for him. He should not have gotten that fucking permit to begin with. There we go. And what's really annoying about him not... about the laws already having a way to prevent him from getting his guns is the same thing as for it's the same situation with the Port Arthur massacre, which is the gun massacre that triggered our gun control laws. The guy who committed the Port Arthur massacre had been denied a firearms permit 5 times, but he bought his guns illegally, because there was illegal gun trading going on in the back of newspapers at the time. But because Tasmanian police weren't actually policing the gun sales that were occurring in the back of newspapers and making certain that it actually went to people who were supposed to have them. Run away, run away, run away! Yeah. But, yeah, basically because the Tasmanian police weren't checking up on illegal gun sales occurring in the back of newspapers, he was able to just buy one from the boot of some guy's car who wasn't checking his license and whatnot. Just yeah mate, I've got a license, honest. Yeah, the fact that it was live streamed was absolutely fucking crazy. I'm honestly shocked no one has attempted to do that again, because that brought way more attention on it than it otherwise would have gotten. I'm gonna mute myself for a second, I'm about to have a coughing fit. There we go. And start in 10 minutes, by the way. The Charlie Kirk shooting wasn't live streamed, but it was... well, it wasn't intentionally live streamed. It was caught on film. That was horrifying. That was... the day it happened, that was what I woke up to. I literally woke up, opened Twitter, opened my, my streaming Twitter, so not even my personal account, and the first thing I saw was literally the shot. And, oh god, that was a horrible thing to wake up to. Oh yeah, the public reaction was absolutely horrifying. And I'm sad to say I wasn't surprised by that reaction at all. The only good thing I can say about that reaction is it woke a lot of people up. I try to avoid politics. I'm not ashamed of where I am politically, but I do try to avoid political discussions, because this is not a political discussion place. So I am going to drop that subject now, but I will say that the reaction was absolutely horrifying, and I am saddened to say I'm not in any way surprised by what happened. Yeah. Yeah, there's a lot of people who are having the same sort of experience as you because of that event. Yeah, that brought the whole mood down. I didn't want to... Why are you shooting me? Don't waste your machine gun ammo, it's useful! Oh yeah, it was a horrible thing to wake up to. It took me about an hour to even comprehend what I was seeing because I was literally still half asleep. What's really annoying is for local news here in Australia really tried to run with the whole Charlie was a Nazi narrative and really tried to push the we don't know the political motivations of the shooter stuff as well. Like they really tried to push that for some reason. I don't know, maybe it's because Labour's in charge at the moment, and every time the government changes in Australia, the ABC changes its narrative to sort of line up with the government as a sort of, please don't privatise us, please, we don't want to have to compete on the open market. We like having government funding. Yeah, one political thing I am not afraid to say is I really do not like the ABC. There's a lot of good the ABC has done. There's a lot of programs they make that I like, but I really don't like that they're government funded because they... Yeah, that was a horrible video as well. Ironically, she probably would have been safer in Kiev. I think it was a bus, not the NYC Metro. But I know it was in New York. I really hope that would wake people up to the fact that New York's public transport is absolutely horrible in like 10 million different ways. That is very sad to hear. I did not know that. I was about to bring up South Korea because I was about to bring them up in comparison to New York public transport. Because the Seoul subway system in Seoul is about costs about the Korean government about the same as the NYC public subway system. But it services more people and is in so much better condition. I did not hear about anything going on in South Korea lately. Adjustment of fire. And I've got good ammo for the M42. Oh, wow, that is a horrible way to attack. It's one of the reasons. What you just described is one of the reasons why I really dislike gun control, because after we had our gun control be implemented here in Australia, arson attacks went up by the same degree spree shootings went down. And here in Australia, fire is absolutely terrifying because we lose entire cities to fires.
Into your vehicle.
I'm so glad to hear no one was killed, though 27 injured is absolutely horrific. Sorry about the sniffles. Come on, get on top of the hill. I want the elevation to look far. Oh yeah, it's way easier to make guns than people give it credit for. I can't say too much more about my knowledge on that subject without violating Twitch TOS. Twitch is very strict on content involving guns. I have a couple of streams that I've done on YouTube simply because the content would not be Twitch safe. Specifically because of their rules on guns. God damn it, I hate how easy it is for the loader to get knocked out. Ah. But yeah, I recommend you look into the Omshin Rikyo AKs. Omshin Rikyo was a doomsday cult in Japan that actually made one of the highest quality reproductions of the AK-74 made outside Russia as part of their cult. Ads are in 30 seconds, by the way. Omshin Rikyo also committed the largest terrorist attack ever in Japan with sarin gas, of all fucking things. They made sarin gas and set it off on trains. Oh yeah, Omshin Rikyo had a fucking Hind helicopter. They were crazy. And we are on ads, so you probably can't hear me now. Yeah, they should be starting any moment now. There's a bit of a delay because it's got to try and figure out what ads to play because I'm small. If and when you do get ads, please tell me what ads you get because it's always so fascinating to find out what they're trying to sell you. I keep getting ads for fertilizer for canola farming. It's really weird. Okay, ads should be playing now. At least the ad break and progress time has turned up. Really? Lucky you. I mean, it might not be able to find anything to advertise to you. Because I know Twitch will skip ads if it can't find appropriate ads to send to you. Yeah, let's get off the dark subjects. I'm honestly kind of disappointed you didn't get ads, not because I want you to be interrupted or have ads or anything, but because, as I said, I find it really fascinating to find out what ads people get. Because you get some of the most random fucking shit. Sometimes. I mean, I used to get one of the most "how do you do, fellow kids" ads for health insurance I have ever seen. Very regularly. Yeah, I had heard of that. That is a subject I will not touch with a 10,000-foot pole. Damn it. Extinguisher. Please get him, Sue. I can't move. Could you please get him dead? I am in a horrible position. Yeah. Come on, turn on, let me turn. Let me move! Yeah. I am very glad to live a rural lifestyle, even though I'm not that rural, really. Can I move? Finally! Okay, I'm gonna duck down behind the hill. Okay, no one's gonna come and help repair, so I'm gonna push forward. Okay, someone's sniping from over there, so let's see if I can get eyes on them. Rob, where are you? Little low. And knocked out by machine gun fire. Who doesn't have those? Camera, what the hell's my camera doing? Yeah, I lot to have fantasies of winning the lottery. In my case, winning the lottery and making a VTubing corporation, because so many have failed due to obvious fuck-ups in the past couple of years that even I can see as a fucking high school dropout. Now I'm just like, you know what, I just want to make one that's successful just to show them all how it's done, because it's actually not fucking hard. The problem is, we've got companies that refuse to do things outside of what an indie can already do on their own for their talents. Or we've got companies like V-Shoujo, who basically run themselves like they've got infinite venture capital funds, and then... yeah. I think there's a better way. So, one thing you don't understand about having lots of wealth, and I know this because I do have very wealthy friends, as I mentioned, I know foreign royalty, is that there's actually a lot of laws in place that prevent you from doing shit like what you just described. Mostly to stop people using charities to launder money, basically. So it's actually really hard to do things like what you just described. Which makes it all the funnier when there's obvious charity scams. So there are fake charity raffles here in Australia that are like $1 billion industry. And we all know they're fake. We all know they do barely anything for the charity cause they're raising money for. But no one wants to go to war with that industry. Because, as I said, it's $1 billion industry. Yeah, you'd be shocked at how they can the IRS can screw you over on that. Okay, I'm gonna get up real quick because my dog has opened my door trying to find food in here, so I'm just gonna go close my door. Oh yeah, absolutely. I would not trust another company. If I was doing charity with lotto winnings, I'm starting a charity. I'm not just giving to charity. The only money I would give to charities are ones charities I personally have worked with and know are on the up and up. So basically, Wires and GRA. Wires is wildlife rescue here in Australia. A kangaroo gets a broken leg. They're the people you call to save the animal. And the GRA is the Game Rangers Association of Africa, who mostly help provide anti-poaching rangers with their equipment, because a lot of them have to buy their own gear. But even decent boots, like not even good boots, decent boots, like 2 years' wages for them. So they're very anti-poaching rangers are very reliant on the GRA to yeah, they're very reliant on the GRA to get their gear. I do know there is a way the IRS can go after you for giving away smaller amounts of money than 1800 if you do it to like 20 or 30 people. Come on, reload. Reload! Okay, he's dead. As I said, I'm not that familiar with the IRS tax codes, but I do know there is a way they can go after people giving smaller amounts than 1800. Because the IRS are fucking assholes. Damn it. Okay, that's the advisory warning. Talking about all the lottery, it reminds me, I do need to check my lotto. Oz Lotto, which is one of our lotteries, recently went off. It went off last night and I had a ticket in it. So... Yeah, I do need to check my lottery, because for all I know, I could be sitting on 20 million. Which would be very nice. Heck, even in my current circumstances, even 5 grand would be good. Okay, let's repair. For one shit show I'm waiting on at the moment is that's right, they tax your lotto winnings, don't they? Yeah, they don't tax well, they do tax lottery winnings here in Australia, but after a lawsuit over it for false advertisement, it was ruled federally that the amount they advertise as lottery winnings here in Australia has to be the post-tax amount. So when you win lotto, you win more than what they tell you win, but that's because they're including the taxes you would have to pay. I'm not sure that would be the best for the museum planes, honestly. Yeah, I'm not saying that... As I said, the main thing is that I'm mostly thinking about the historic value of the planes. I don't know, maybe if you found, like, actual wreck level stuff. Oh my god, I can't believe I landed that. Yeah, I'm just thinking, rather than turn them into flight simulators, why not restore them to actual flight? That's what I'm thinking. I'm not thinking shove them in a museum. I'm thinking get the birds in the air again. Come on, build up speed, build up speed. I'm gonna need the speed if I'm gonna have a hope of getting anywhere like this. And that's me for this round. Oh, you'll be surprised. Don't care about the backup. I don't want this stupid backup. Yeah, but that's still a lot cheaper than you think. I mean, a local plane enthusiast local to me has an A4 Skyhawk that he restored from non-flying condition. And it only cost him about, what was it, like... I mean, it cost him in the millions, but it cost him about 4 billion Australian dollars all up.
Crew position.
Ready up. Driver ready. Gunner ready. Loader ready.
Yeah, he's got the working radar. Like, if you're going to restore everything to all that working condition, like, you might even be able to get someone to help go halvesies with you in it. Like, Draken International exists, my dude. If you don't know who they are the world's largest private air force. They are a company that literally restores old old fighter jets to be used in oppositional force training for air forces that can't afford to have their own OP4 aggressor squadrons. See, what does Draken have again? I know they have some A4 Skyhawks. If you bought one new, yeah. You would be shocked at where you had this stuff that you can find on the used market for military equipment. Hello! Oh yeah, I know they're old ancient radars, but as I said, they are still in production, believe it or not, because they need replacements for air forces like Venezuela and whatnot, who still use them. So most of the parts are still in production. That's why I said that's what one would cost roughly new. I know a guy in South Africa who's trying to restore a Atlas Cheetah, which is a South African fighter jet. And he bought his radar, which is an old Israeli Kfir radar. Same radar, the Kfir and the Atlas Cheetah are closely related. Yeah, he bought his Kfir radar for, I think it was $900,000. We are now in an impasse, me and this Stug. Yes, keep rotating, I'll get a better shot on you. Hey, every aircraft has its fans. Do not underestimate the size of the civilian aviation enthusiast community. As am I. I am a big fan of specifically Dassau's civilian aviation. I mean, I like their military aviation too, but... Ooh, those Falcons. Those Falcon business jets are absolutely beautiful. Can I drive through this? Oh my god! We both have the same idea at the same time. I don't get to play this map anywhere near as much as I would like, so... Can I move? Nope, still need to... Transmission's fucked. Oh yeah, if you were doing something like that, but... The thing is, you don't need to buy full aircraft to turn them into simulators. You can usually find just derelict cockpit units, which would do 90% of it, while still leaving the full aircraft available for proper restorations. I know there's an F-111 cockpit at my local air museum that they've been talking about trying to get done up as a simulator for about a decade now. We just can't get the budget for it. Where is that guy? Just keep driving. Now that might actually not be that expensive now that I think about it. How many 757s? God, how many 757s are at the airplane graveyard in Nevada? Like when you were saying taking jets and turning them into simulators, I was thinking stuff like F-102s, Delta Daggers, or something. You'll be shocked, I've heard of some rather horrific molestation of historic artifacts. Oh well, but at least I got the... What the fuck was that I just blew up? Yeah, well, as I mentioned, there's the airplane graveyard in Nevada. They don't post prices. So they're ask us and we'll tell you sort of place. So they'll probably be a lot cheaper. I know someone who recently got an F-16 fuselage from them. For movie filming purposes. They're filming a movie and they want to blow it up, which does make me kind of sad, but they want to do the whole movie without CG. their fuselage cost them roughly, it was like $900,000 for the fuselage, and it's about 80% of the film's budget. Did you see how I just flipped like that? Oh, that is worth dying. That was worth dying. The thing with the airplane graveyard fuselages, though, is they have been left out in the desert to rot. So it's a lot of work to restore them. And not everything from the airplane graveyard is for sale. I know there are B-52s are permanently earmarked as owned by the US government in case they ever need more B-52s. Yeah, as I said, it's mostly the fact that we could... The thing with the airplane graveyard is they are in much better condition than that MiG-23 that got fixed in Libya. And that still got fixed to flying condition. And the problem with Ocean Gate is the guy was trying to cheap out, and cheaped out on things he really shouldn't have. I'm just going to mute myself for a second because I'm going to be snorting a bit, trying to clear my sinuses. Ah, there we go. Much better. I can sort of breathe again. Yeah, well, as I said, I would much rather, depending on the plane and the condition it was in, I would much rather see them restored to flying condition when possible. But, as you've said, 757s, oh yeah, there's plenty of those. Now, what you could do if you really wanted to help people is you could do launch your own flight accredited flight simulation center, and just offer cheap rates for it, because proper flight simulation accredited flight simulators, the ones that actually count as your flight hours for training, cost thousands of dollars per hour. And it's such a pain. It's the reason I haven't got my kite license yet, is because I can't afford to do actual flights. And the simulators are somehow more expensive than actually flying. Now, something took a pot shot at me, but I still don't see anything on the horizon there. Admittedly, I'm probably more visible than they are. They have a tree line.
Artillery strike incoming.
And zone capped. There's something behind that hill. I am going to be a moron and just charge them. Oh yeah, that does sound like a fun Airbnb concept. Remodeling the interior could be fun, depending on how you're remodeling it. Like, if you're specifically trying to remodel it to replicate a specific airplane, it could be pretty cool. Because remember, private jets are a thing. Of course it was a KV-1. Like, if you remodeled an did they use a 757 as an older version of Air Force One? Like, if you remodeled an old airframe to replicate an old version of Air Force One. That would be super cool. Okay, I think, let me just look this up real quick. Because when it comes to buying IFVs and APCs, someone's got you beat on something way cooler. Yep. There's a place called, let me just, I'm actually going to pause and type it in chat. So, that, Armageddon UK, is a company in the UK who bought, yeah, they bought a bunch of old IFVs and set them up as paintball, so they can play paintball with them. It is so fucking cool. That's one of my things for my dream VTubing company is to get a bunch of VTubers out there and VTube doing that as IRL War Thunder. I can almost guarantee Gaijin will fucking sponsor that stream if you approach them for it. And if not Gaijin, Wargaming will. Because that is something no indie would be able to live stream because of the amount of technical discovery on how the fuck we are live streaming from inside moving tanks. Pro tip, my plan involves Starlink. And it is such a cool thing. Yeah, that old APCs and IFVs are actually rather cheap. I've actually considered buying one instead of buying a car. Because believe it or not, running M113s are cheaper than a lot of cars here in Australia. Wake up, Gunner. Well, his breach is fucked. Oh! Shit! I set a fire that blew him up. The problem with doing a modern generation kill is what fucking conflict would you set it in? Like, the main reason generation kill worked is because they were drawing from real history and whatnot. But since Iraq, what conflicts has anyone gotten involved in that could really warrant the same sort of narrative or experience? There's already plenty of stuff regarding Afghanistan, and like the dress down is not that interesting, and the evacuation shit show will never be as enjoyable as just watching Lord Miles go through it IRL. Which is just the craziest fucking... The crazy thing about Lord Miles in Kabul is it's somehow not the craziest thing he has done since then. Some of the shit he has done since then is way crazier. I need to check up on him, because there have been reports that he died recently, but he has faked his death before, so... Let's see if I can fuck up that breach. Just a kill assist. I have gotten completely lost. I should check my mini-map. Gotta mute myself. I'm about to have a coughing fit. Ugh. At least that was a short one. Yeah, the issue with Generation Kill is there's not that many people who will enjoy a series like it. Just military nerds and people who have been in the military. Trust me, you do not want to start a PMC if you do not have, like, special forces. It's not going to work. It's just not going to work. Trust me on that. There have been dozens of people who've tried starting PMCs of their own with no ties to the sort of groups of people who already run PMCs, and they've always just sort of evaporate. That was stupid of me. I'm not sure why I should say that. That's very goofy, but that's very goofy. Where am I getting shot at from? Come on, race the gun. Damn it. Well, under normal circumstances, I probably would have, but the thing is, I do actually have experience working with PMCs. I can't actually talk about this. I very, very briefly did not field work or anything, but some legal work, some legal and financial work for Executive Outcomes when they reorganized themselves and came back into existence about 4 years ago, I think it was. It was very recently. And so I do know people who've worked with the PMC, so yeah. Oh, you know, doing a naval version of Generation Kill, that actually would be fantastic, because I know a lot of people in the Navy. It's just some of the shit they deal with and get up to. I actually have a real funny story about the Navy. So, I used to work as a bouncer at a brothel, because prostitution's legal here in Australia. And one of the funny things you learn about brothels is you can tell when the US Navy is about to turn up in Sydney Harbour by how many people are on roster at the local brothels. Because when the US Navy docks, every single brothel will be booked out. Oh, yeah. So the US Army did not give the producers of Generation Kill permission to film anything military. They did it without the help of the military. And there's no way in hell if you're doing something like that, you're getting permission to film any legit naval vessel. It's not happening. You will have to use sets. Okay, what have we got? I think transmission, because I did die earlier when trying to change gear. Don't get me wrong, I would love to see something filmed on actual carriers. Recently a video of an F-18 landing on... fuck, which carrier was it? I don't remember the carrier, but landing on a carrier in a storm started making its rounds on Twitter, and it's an intense fucking piece of video. I guess... yeah, Top Gun Maverick did, because Top Gun Maverick is fucking borderline pro-army enlistment propaganda. Generation Kill does not make the US military look good. If you want their help with a movie you're making, you have to make them look good. Why do you think Man of Steel, the Zack Snyder Superman movie, had bloody recruitment desks outside the damn enlistment fucking places? You say that, but a lot of the humor and whatnot that you makes you like Generation Kill will not be allowed, because the army will think it makes them look bad. Or Navy in this case. If there's one thing you can trust on the military to do, it's to the upper leadership, the officers, the generals, the admirals, it's to be completely out of touch with the enlisted folks and what gets people to enlist. They have no fucking clue. For example, just look at the 2 Bubs recruitment ad that the army pushed like 2 years ago. Horizontal drive. Definitely horizontal drive. Who would ever want that fucking smoke shell? Oh my...
Into your vehicle.
Driver ready. Gunner ready. Loader ready.
Whee! I love driving off that cliff. I do it just about every time I get this map. Why? What is wrong with you for wasting ammo like that? Well, get over this hill. Damn it. Well, now we're both stuck. I'm gonna see if I can help get him unstuck, because holy shit is he stuck. Way worse than I was. Come on. You still stuck, or you able to move now? There we go. There we go, buddy. Depending on who owns the museum ship, yeah, you could probably rent one. Some of them are in private hands. Okay, just drive forward. Get in the ditch. Yeah, a lot of the Vietnam stock is still in use, isn't it? Like half of it was retired and turned into museum ships. The other half was upgraded because you know they didn't need 50 out-of-date ships, but 20 they still had uses for. Oh, that would be great. That would be incredible. That would... Heck, you might even be able to get some funding from Japan if you decided to turn it into a prequel for Area 88. Because one of the main characters in that manga and its associated anime is a Vietnam era fighter pilot who was just so hooked to being a fighter pilot that when the war ended, he became a mercenary. So that could be cool. Yeah, there absolutely should be content about other things in the Vietnam War. I had a boss when I was younger who was a North Vietnamese veteran, and he was one of the most interesting people I'd ever talked to. Come on, let me shoot, let me shoot, let me shoot. No! Ah, my battery. Oh, that's why my breach was fucked. Why did I hit escape? Which carrier was it? I know one carrier did actually have gun batteries. Which one was it? I'll focus on the game for now. But that is actually an inspired idea. I think the carrier idea is probably a little more... And it's not that the Brownwater Navy isn't important. I just think the carrier idea would definitely get a lot more people's attention. I just think it's more marketable as all. That is probably the dumbest vehicle that was ever made. The AMX-13, the Chaffee turret on an AMX-13 hull. I still have no fucking clue why the French thought that was a good idea. You fixed, KV1. Just keep moving because it's definitely got eyes on it. I hate this map for capping so much. Hello, little dog. I suppose you could use multiple boats and ships. You did run the risk of losing focus on the characters who will be your human element of your show, though. If the cast gets too big. It's not like such anthology series haven't been successful, it's just a risk you run when going that route. The only reason I dislike this map is because of how exposed the capture points are. Yeah, that seems like a pretty good spread. Or you could do a thing where it's multiple seasons and each season is a different boat. Come on, get unstuck. I mean, there's no reason why your show has to be one season. Come on, get some guts in you, you bastard. Not really, because it means you can keep focus on just one ship for the full runtime. Let's just say it's a 6-episode season. And each episode's an hour. That's 6 hours of content per ship, and you don't have to worry about your audience losing track of who's who, what's what, where's where, because you're constantly bouncing around. It also gives time for you to... It would also give you downtime between seasons to set up. Yeah, I do need to pare that message down. It is quite big. Yeah, I did miss that, but I scrolled up and saw it afterwards. As annoying as the socials plug is, it is kind of useful. It has actually helped me grow on other platforms, and I don't want Twitch to be my only platform. And multi-streaming's not really possible for me right now, so that message is how I grow. Oh yeah, yeah, but I am actually very aware of your museum ships. I didn't end up sending the application in because personal shit made me not really ready for it, but I did actually was actually planning on putting in an application to join V Fleet, who are a VTuber group who raises money for museum ships. So yeah, I'm pretty aware of what museum ships you do have, because for starters, they have a full list of them. Ah, didn't see the other Panzer III. I was too focused on the other one. Yeah. One of the sad parts is if you decided to extend that series to include PBR, you would have to use a reproduction because no one saved a single original PBR. Which absolutely infuriates me. Of all the things that were saved and preserved from the Vietnam War, not one person said, hey, let's save one of these fucking PBRs. Is there? Last I heard, there wasn't. So someone actually did preserve one PBR. That's actually fantastic news to me. Yeah, 'cause last I heard, during the production of the Grand Tour Amazon show, they ended up having to use a repro because there was literally no PBRs available. They wanted to... Jeremy Clarkson wanted to go down the Mekong Delta in a PBR as part of their boating special, where they went down the Mekong Delta in boats. Oh, I can't believe I actually hit him. I don't even care that it was a non-pen. Fair! That was a good shot. Hello, you're not even looking at me. That's why you want to avoid tunnel vision in this game. I'm surprised this round has gone on so long. I thought it was going to end any moment. Well, if you did film on a museum ship, if you actually did get them to agree to let you use one of their museum ships, you could probably get them to just crew the ship for you. Yeah, I wouldn't do skits. I would... That could very easily break tone and series tone very easily. But yeah, I've heard horror stories about Marines causing havoc aboard ships. Mostly British Marines. I was doing a project a few years ago which involved researching the Royal Navy's carriers, specifically the Prince of Wales, and some of the shit that that the Royal Marines would get up to. Absolute fucking hooligans they can be. For all the British Marines like to present themselves as consummate professionals, they are absolute pillocks. Man in the High Castle, it really depends on what season. Season 1, heck yeah. Season 2, pretty good. Season 3, I completely forget. It was just completely forgettable. And Season 4 was just a shit show. It literally got magical with the season finale of Season 1. I mean, it didn't jump the shark anywhere near as badly as For All Mankind did, if you're familiar with that show, although I doubt it because it's on Apple TV, and who the fuck watches Apple TV? Oh, fucking oath, it was immense as a project. If I had aimed a little higher, I would have hit the ammo rack. I do hear something to my left. Ah. Oh yeah, they absolutely could have just put them all, just used the off-the-shelf World War II uniforms from any World War II movie and called it a day, and most people would have been happy. The fact that they actually went to the trouble of trying to make a period-appropriate evolution. The only issue I have is the Germans are never seen wearing, what's it called off the top of my head? Liebermunster? Which was a camouflage they developed right at the end of the war that was supposed to become their standard issue camouflage, and it's never seen in the series. even if they had just used Swiss TAS 57, which is based on Liebermunster, it still would have been wonders if they did. Instead they used Sturchtarn, which is East German camo. You can go ahead if you want. I mean, I suppose I'm curious. I would be curious, but... yeah, I can see how a lot of people can mistake you for having very particular beliefs with that ambition. Damn it, my track was still exposed.
Enemy forces have captured a zone.
So, I have a rather stronger hypothesis that what would probably happen is there probably would have been a hot falling out between Germany and Japan. America would probably would remain relatively untouched in all honesty. And I believe Germany would basically do what America did and build their own in the 1970s and slowly build their great own enemy by approaching China as allies against their rivals, which would be Japan rather than the Soviets. And basically build out China to become the next rising power, much like the Americans did in the 70s. But yeah, I don't think Germany would have ever invaded the mainland United States. I think that was a pipe dream. No matter how well the war went for them. The distances just would have proved too much of a logistical nightmare. The US was only able to invade Europe because they had Britain right off the coast from which to operate from. Where'd you go? I heard. Where'd you go, whoever shot me? Although I do think if Germany won the war in Europe and America remained independent, it probably would have resulted in the civil rights movement being pushed ahead by a decade or two as in a sort of proving themselves to be above Germany thing. I don't think it would stop, but I don't think they would have had the capability of launching a successful equivalent of Operation Barbarossa without being able to stockpile stuff off the coast of Britain. Well, off the coast of Europe, on Britain. And yeah, there would have been a gun behind every blade of grass, and any attempts at mass invasion would have been spotted too easily. Oh yeah, I'm talking American industry as well, but just because you have this massive industry doesn't mean you can't doesn't mean you'll be able to send that it to the other side of the world in the 1940s. Nowadays we can, the Atlantic is crossable, but in the 1940s, hypothetically, Germany has pushed Britain to capitulation. There's no way in hell they would be able to invade the mainland United States, because any fleet movement would just be spotted. Any fleet movement large enough to carry an invasion force that could successfully land on the US would be spotted pretty much instantly. Oh yeah, absolutely. Like, even if we gave them the benefit of the doubt and said they could land, they would still lose. Even if we said somehow they had the complete European military-industrial complex, and even if we gave them just plonked a copy of the US military-industrial complex down in Germany for them, just to be extra nice, they would still absolutely not be able to cross that gap, though. God damn it! I thought I was clear. But yeah, even at their peak, Nazi Germany was absolutely not going to win. There's a reason why most Axis victory scenarios for World War II are absolutely fucking ridiculous. Okay. I honestly don't think it would have gone very far, and the reason I don't think it would have gone far is because in the 1970s, India elected a national socialist government. Same economic policies as Nazi Germany. Almost to a T, like comically similar, and we can basically look at what happened to them economically to see what would have happened to Nazi Germany long term, which was a enormous initial boom followed by a massive crash. But at least we got thumbs up, which is one of the nicest colas on the planet out of that situation. Every time I go to an Indian supermarket, I make certain to buy some thumbs up. As for the Wunderwaffen, I don't think we would see very many of them if they had won, because most of them were really products of their desperation. God damn it. Kill him! Kill him!
Enemy forces have captured that zone.
Attack the C point.
I have none, but I can't have it right now because it'll put me over my calorie count for the day. I'm on a diet. I have to lose weight. Okay, you've got me excited. I do like far-fetched scenarios.
The enemy has most of the strategic zones.
Once again, it probably wouldn't last. It would probably... Let's say they don't have an insurrection, they don't split into a civil war when Hitler dies, they somehow manage to set up a good chain of succession. It would probably look like just about any totalitarian state today. It would probably... Let's just say they don't have an economic collapse. Let's give them that. Let's give them basic economic prosperity. It would look like North Korea without famines. That's it. It would look like Pyongyang. Except maybe slightly in better nick, because Pyongyang does have some worn out roller coasters that really need to be replaced. Yes, I watched a YouTube documentary on North Korean amusement parks 2 nights ago. Well, I can't really predict how their 1,000-year Reich would look because, in all honesty, we don't know what the next several hundred years are going to look like for us. It's kind of hard to predict how an alternate future would be when we don't even know our own future. I mean, for all we know, Super Ebola shows up in 20 years and we all go extinct. Yeah, I'm not that optimistic when it comes to AI. I can see it solving a lot of problems, but I also see the capacity for horrendous misuse and abuse. I mean, pretty soon we're gonna have to, in Australia, show, for example, IDs to sign into GitHub. As part of our social media ID bullshit to make certain people under 16 aren't on social media. Haha. I can't wait to see how that turns into a shit show. The amount of advances we think we're going to get in health and science Now, I will say there have been some things that AI have done that make me hopeful, like how AI can, interestingly depict someone's correctly predict someone's ethnicity from their retina, which is not something we can't do as people, but AI can do it. So it's definitely going to be very useful for pattern recognition, but whether we can do anything useful with that pattern recognition is another question. Yeah, I shouldn't have pushed up. Gene editing is one of those things where I am sort of on the fence about it. On one hand, it could eliminate a lot of horrendous health issues. On the other hand, we could gene edit ourselves into a circumstance where we just do not have the genetic diversity to survive an unexpected issue like, say, Super Ebola. Push Bravo. Miss. Ah, he got a good shot. Yes, you're referring to Down syndrome. I had to quickly remind myself what you were referring to. Down syndrome is... It should... If we can make certain it doesn't happen, I'm all for it. I don't like Iceland's solution of aborting anyone who has it. Because I know plenty of people who have Down syndrome and have lived very long, happy lives. But yeah, eliminating Down syndrome by gene editing would be fantastic. As I said, it's not that I think it's bad, it's that I see the potential for things to go horribly awry if we're not careful. Let's see if I can be sneaky and capture Bravo without anyone spotting me or shooting at me. I mean, it would help if I don't shoot at a tank. But I'm in such a good hull down position. It would kind of be criminal not for me to do it. Oh, that is... I am very aware of that show. That is absolutely horrible. And I've met people with Down syndrome who are actually quite aware of their limitations and are rather depressed. But I've also met plenty who, as I said, have lived long, healthy, happy, and productive lives. As I said, if we could cure it via gene editing, that is a good use of it. I'm just sort of worried that people using gene editing for stuff like picking hair and eye color and all that sort of stuff could result in us losing necessary genetic diversity to keep the human species alive in the event of unexpected viral mutation. Hello, little cat. You're wet. Is it raining outside? I can't get up to feed you at this second. I'm not in a particularly safe spot. Okay, I'll park it here, and then I'll go feed my cat. Well, I'm dead now, so I'll go feed my cat anyway. Come on, take me back to the menu. Oh yeah, I absolutely know that a lot of it people who suffer from Down syndrome are low functioning, sadly. I also know that with autism, that was one of the problems I had when I got diagnosed with autism in high school. Was the school didn't know how to handle me because we actually did have a special ed unit. They did consider sending me over there, and they took, basically the special ed teacher took one look at me and said, no, you do not need to fucking be here. You are too high functioning. It is one of the issues with discussing conditions like Down syndrome, autism and whatnot, is delineating the differences between high and low functioning and all that sort of stuff. Yeah. That's one of the mysteries of the world, I guess. I can only hope he is. I can only hope he is.
Into your vehicle!
Driver ready. Gunner ready. Loader ready.
I really need to put some foam on the leg of my table because I just need the leg of my desk again. Happens all the time. Okay, I'm gonna keep following the road because it's under the hills. Gives me some cover. You know, the sad part is that isn't even a new concept. The idea that young blood will somehow keep me alive forever. That is not new. That is not a new idea. That hocus pocus bullshit has been around a very long time. Eh. Yeah, but that could just be, you know, exercise and good health. Like, I know people who... Oh, what's her name? I can't remember her name, but there's a Russian pop star who looked like she was in her mid-20s when she was 60. It was just, really... She just had naturally really good collagen in her skin. Just give me a sec. Give me... Of all the fucking thing! Ah, my Autobot held your message over DILFs. I do have the so you can, with Autobot, you can set different priorities for different categories, and I do have the sexual category set to max. Yep. Also auto-modded. Oh yeah, that would have been hilarious if that went through. I have seen some silly stuff get through my auto mod, but really shouldn't. How did I win that engagement? Come on, finish me off. I was so busy laughing at Autobot, I did not realize how far I had actually pushed ahead. I did not mean to end up in their spawn. Oh yeah, as apprehensive as I am about it, it's still, like AI, I'm apprehensive about it, but that doesn't mean I don't want it researched, I don't want it developed, I don't want us to make use of it. It's more that I want us to be focused on things, and to also not be so gung-ho about it as to make it all universal straight away. Where are you? There you are. Fuck. Way too low. Oh yeah, I absolutely much prefer hopeful topics when possible. Honestly, academia has been ruined for a lot longer than AI has been around. The replication crisis. Oh boy. And never forget, that's not even to get into the issue of the ideological conformity crisis. Even before typing, I never understood that. I'm not even mad. I am not even mad about that. I pissed off my teacher in primary school so much with you will not have a calculator in your pocket at all times, because I had a calculator watch. This is before smartphones. I had a calculator watch. I'm very much against just using Wikipedia. Wikipedia is a good starting point, but there's so much bias in Wikipedia that you really should just use it to get a quick rundown of a subject and then look at its citations to figure from then on. Because I've seen Wikipedia articles about events I personally witnessed that get massive things wrong. And that's before you get to Wikipedia articles that cite newspapers over fucking actual video evidence of shit happening. Yeah, the cursive thing I've never understood. I just never understood the whole... Why would... Yeah, like most people I knew did not write in cursive before handwriting died due to typing. As for the cell phones thing, no one really predicted smartphones becoming as big as they did. Hello. You shouldn't have turned. You shouldn't have presented your ammo to me. Yeah, it also doesn't help that Google's shit now. Are you gonna go left or are you gonna go right? Oh, I can't believe I got him. It doesn't make sense for normal people either. It literally is just because they're trying to boost AdSense to make more money. And so it just tries to sell you shit.
We're good to go.
And it would help if the other search engines actually had decent algorithms too, but they either don't. They either have a decent algorithm, but no search modifiers to help you narrow down your search, or they have search modifiers, but their algorithm shit. Oh yeah, absolutely. The Yay, more fucking backup vehicles I don't fucking want. Okay, I am going to have to hit the BRB screen real soon because I need to refill my water and go to the toilet. So I'll just do my purchases in here, then I'll hit BRB. Okay. I'm actually pro that. I'm much... Oh, okay, that's kind of funny. That's funny. But I very much like that lack of doublespeak now. Anyway, as I said, I got a BRB. I will be going to the loo, and I'll type it into the chat for anyone else who turns up. And I will see you in a little bit. And I am back. But we'll probably wrap up in 1 or 2 rounds anyway. It is past 11 PM here. Okay.
Into your vehicle.
Driver ready. Gunner ready. Loader ready.
Okay, guess I'm pushing to Alpha. Oof. Why are you wasting ammo and giving away our positions? The worst part about playing War Thunder is playing with War Thunder players. Hey, next fetching. Oh, great. This is an up tier. Wonderful. This is going to be so fun. Yeah, it was a quick, very quick loop break. I did. When I put up 2 minutes, it's not literally 2 minutes. It's just it's just like saying back in a second. Okay, we've capped. We've capped Alpha. Now what? Yeah, I very, very much believe there is going to be a war with Venezuela in the not too distant future. That was just bad luck on my part. Yeah. Yeah, no, I get the feeling. I do like... I do genuinely think US military intervention is needed in Latin America to get the cartels under control. But that missile strike was a bit cowboy. I mean, don't they have that can be launched from a Predator drone? What is effectively a GPS-guided tungsten rod that can be that they could have just put through the boat's engine block to disable it and then approach it.
Prepare for engine start. Prepare for
Approach it for boarding. A Hellfire missile was absolutely excessive. Especially because if they disabled the boat, and they would then be able to recover it and go, hey, look, it did have drugs. We were justified. Like, I get the shock and awe attitude that they're going for, but yeah. Yeah, that is true. You do have lasers now. I'm not sure why you added me to say that. Ads in 2 minutes. Fuck, forget laser beams. They could have approached the boat with an active denial system. That's a microwave weapon that feels like you're being bit by fire ants. Ah, great. I'm on fire and I don't have a fire extinguisher. Well, where's one of them shooting at me? No, I have not. I'm absolutely looking up footage. Okay, you just got asterisked, yes. Yeah. Now, I will definitely looking up for Helios laser under IR. That is definitely something I'm looking up after stream. But yeah, if they could just approach the boat with an active denial system. It's a microwave weapon that feels like you're being bit by fire ants under your skin, and it basically drops you to the ground the second it's activated. They have it in the Los Angeles prison for use in riot suppression, and it can be mounted to the back of a Humvee. They can just approach the boat with active denial on and watch as and just arrest everyone. No, it's not mass produced, but they do have, you do have it. It's not like it couldn't be requisitioned from the few that you have. I mean, if anyone deserves to get active denial system en masse, it's the Coast Guard. Yeah, it is rather short range for naval use, but it could still work for drug traffickers, especially if you approach on a high speed boat. Heck, you can mount it to the bottom of a helicopter and fly a helicopter over them. If you use a high altitude approach, they won't spot you until they're in range of the ADS. Yeah, or you could just laser their engine. Fuck, you could just use a... Fuck, a 70mm cannon with... or a 50 BMG. Fuck, yeah, Browning M2. With a good magnified sight on the end... on the engine block. Research is still being done. They just aren't pursuing deployment anytime soon. Oh, sorry about the sniffle there.
Into your vehicle.
It'll come about one day. They've just got to solve two. They've just got to solve durability, and then yeah, I know you meant railguns. They've just got to solve the durability issue. There's a few prospective alloys that are looking good to solve that issue, and then they can start developing rounds that will detonate inside the ship. Target ships post-penetration. That will make them absolutely terrifying weapons. I have got a completely turned about on this map. I thought Alpha was Charlie. I am very sick. Let's get some decent speed. I'm headed to Alpha now, I guess. Alright, hopefully an ally can take care of him. Probably not, they're all dead. Well, the prospective range is a hell of a lot longer. And with the predicted charge size for a charge that can detonate inside a ship post-pen, it would do about the same post-pen damage as an explosive 70mm. But once again, it would have much, much longer range. So it would be primarily used to hit key systems on the approach. One prospective use I've heard is to basically snipe Sea Whiz before launching Tomahawks. speaking of tomahawks, the Australian government has finally decided to buy the damn things after 20 years of, we're gonna wait for something better to come along. And just nothing better came along. Like, in the Australian military, we have this real stubborn tendency to resist buying stuff from the Americans because someone in Europe will make something better and then no one in Europe makes something better. See our Eurocopters that never worked. Well, if you ever end up in major conflict with China, then yes, railguns will absolutely be useful, and it will mostly be their range advantage, which is where they will see their benefits. Oh, god damn it. Fire extinguisher. Can I move? No. Yeah, but that doesn't mean it wouldn't happen.
Attention to the designated grid zone.
I wouldn't say sadly. I am a bit biased there because I do have family in Taiwan. I don't think I've ever heard sadly used in a non-negative context. Too low. Damn it. Yeah, well, the thing with is China is far more replaceable as the world's factory than they let on. They like people believing that they're irreplaceable in that regard, but they are entirely replaceable. TSMC, on the other hand, that's much harder to replace. Yeah, but they're not as unique in that regard as you think. Yeah, why do you think there's an active effort to try and onboard a bunch of chip manufacturing into the US? Even though that loses Taiwan's shield, at the very least, that will prevent it from being a total disaster. Well, they do gain the propaganda win that they very desperately want.
Let's keep the pressure on. Victory is close.
Yep, that is true. That is true. But TSMC has nothing to do with why China wants Taiwan. They want Taiwan for purely ideological reasons. Ugh. Xi Jinping is very much trying to position himself as the modern Mao. Oh yes, I'm not saying it isn't something they're licking their lips thinking about, but no, the ideological reasoning for trying to take over it is very strong. They are very, very focused on ideology in China, especially since, as I said, Xi Jinping wants to be remembered the same way Mao is. Being able to say, I'm the person who unified all of China, that would be the propaganda win he really needs to secure that position for himself in history. Yes, yes, he was. Oh god, that fucking... Oh, that Victory Day celebration is absolutely hilarious for us in Australian media, because the governor of Victoria, Dan Andrews, has been trying to position himself to become the next PM after Anthony Albanese leaves, and he decided to attend it. And so there's now footage of him standing shoulder to shoulder with Xi Jinping, Putin, and Kim Jong-un, and it's just completely killed his hopes of ever being PM. It is absolutely hilarious to us. Hello. I only got the kill assist. Cheeky little bugger. How to head to Bravo. I do reckon a surprising amount would change without Xi Jinping. But, because Xi Jinping's cult of personality is what's fueling the resurgence of their nationalism and xenophobia. Bo Xilai, before he was eliminated as a rival, was very much pushing the Deng Xiaoping school of opening up. Not to say Bo Xilai is a particularly good person himself, but was absolutely better than Xi Jinping. Oh, I absolutely believe that if Xi Jinping died tomorrow, we would have a full-on death of Stalin situation. Power struggle in China right now. He does not have a good successor lined up. And there are about 4 different prospective factions that would try to make their play. Bo Xilai might be out, but he still has supporters who aren't gone. Jiang Zemin, the person Xi Jinping eliminated, has his own supporters who would very much like to take power. Although Jiang Zemin is, I believe, dead. He definitely has people who would want to try and take over. I'm not as sure. Like, we think his daughter is in line. Some say his sister is in line. But I don't know. I'm not as certain on that front. Because North Korea is a very misogynistic society. I don't know if they would accept a female leader. Okay, I'm going to get a repair in while I'm nice and safe. Come on. You can get through this. I've been through this gap before. In the tank this thing's chassis is based on. There we go. I very much think it would be a Death of Stalin situation, and where none of them would end up succeeding. I think it would very much end up with a dark horse candidate, similar to how no one predicted Khrushchev making a play at power. I'm not saying none of them would make a play. I'm fairly certain they would all make a play at power, but I think there'll probably be a dark horse that will come along that no one was expecting, and thus no one weakened. Pooh. I'll say I'm enjoying the M44 more than I thought I would. I usually greatly dislike casemate vehicles. But with how big this gun is and how it's so much faster at adjusting its angle of fire than the M10, this was definitely an upgrade over the M10. I don't think so. I think it would I think it would hurt them if they dropped this facade of pretending to be communist. I mean, I would respect them more. But I think overall it would definitely hurt. It will definitely hurt them if they just came out and said that communism with Chinese characteristics isn't actually communism. It's actually basically just fascism. China says a lot of things. And even then it's not true, because India has a larger population and they are a democracy, legitimately. And that's before you get to the fact that China is almost certainly lying about how big their population is. Hello, cat. Please get off my keyboard. You would very much like me to go to bed so you could cuddle up with me nice and warm, wouldn't you? Okay, because my cat wants me to come to bed, I will probably make this the last round. Let's see if I can get one more kill before round ends. Temporary invulnerability. Very much depends on who unifies it. If South Korea unifies, it'll be very much like modern Germany. A very productive former capitalist side, not doing enough to prop up the former communist side. If North Korea united it, it would be like North Korea, but across the entire continent. Alright, let's get our researches done. Purchase all researched. Elevation next. Purchase all researched. Oh yeah, it's absolutely never gonna. That's absolutely never gonna happen. Anyway, as I said, my cat wants me to go to bed, so I'm going to start wrapping. I'm gonna wrap up stream now. I will raid out if that's okay with you. I'm trying to think who do I know is live? Okay, I'm gonna raid out into Kuramiya Lucian or Lulu. I don't know if she's the type of streamer you would watch, but she is one of my favorites. She has just started her stream, and she's in the middle of a subathon. I don't have a raid message. No. Why are we unable to raid? Okay, let me guess, you've, no? Okay. Right, well, see ya. Bye-bye. Bye.